call the meeting to order at 9:02. I just want to read our mission statement. I think that's always helpful. Our mission is to protect and enhance the public's health, safety, and welfare by establishing and maintaining standards of excellence used in regulating the practice of medicine and ensuring quality health care for the citizens of Texas through licensure, discipline, and education. Can staff clarify for me if PA Mills is on the call yet? So I had a discussion with her yesterday, and because she had clinic and some things that were already assigned long ahead of time, I'm going to beg everybody's pardon because I think that she's going to sign on sometime between 9 and 9:30. And when she does, if staff can kind of just perhaps acknowledge that so that we can take a pause in whatever other agenda item we have, and maybe then acknowledge her so we can be cognizant of her other responsibilities that she has as a clinician today. Apart from
She is
that,
not here right now, but I'll keep an eye on it.
okay, very good. Apart from that, I as kind of from the board member report don't have a lot to say.
Do you want to go ahead and do the roll call?
Sure, actually, yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Housekeeping thing. We'll make sure we get that done. Good morning, PA board and everybody that's joined us. Nice to see you virtually yet again. Maybe we'll get to be in person at some point in the near future. And thankfully it is overcast here in Austin, so we don't have glaring sunlight burning through the windows here. It is a very nice building, but when it's sunny, it is very sunny. So for the roll call, PA Crosby.
Present.
PA Gottschalk.
Here, present.
Okay. Dr. Ahmad.
Present.
PA Bowles.
Present.
PA Klarner. Dr. Ho. Dr. Hughes.
Present.
PA Longoria.
Present.
Mr. McElhaney.
Present.
Okay. Dr. Rowan. PA Sauer.
Present.
And Ms. Shipley. All right, I do count 8 present. We do have a quorum and may proceed. Thank you.
Very good. Yeah, I would acknowledge that having this.
All right, yeah, say Dr. Rowan is here. I think I missed it, so I think that we make 9. All right, so go ahead.
So having this been my second time in this building, I am grateful that the new building is complete. I think Brent will speak to that early or later on today. It's a beautiful building and something I think that the state can be proud of for sure. I'll go ahead and actually pass on to Mr. Carlton while we're waiting on PA Mills to sign on.
Absolutely. Again, thank you. So for the executive director report, I'll try to keep this brief. I'll do the budget update first. So and Joey can speak to a little bit more on the specifics of the budget, but overall, budget is looking pretty good and certainly in a healthier position than it was the last time we were able to meet. So I will turn over to him and then I will recap our legislative appropriations request, talk a little bit about the new building, and then we'll move on to a legislative update.
Thank you, Brent. Good morning, board members. So our budget outlook through the end of February, we're currently executing 96% of our budget. We intend to execute 100% of the budget through the end of the fiscal year. We have a little bit of reserves set aside for contingency in case something else comes up. So that's where that other 4% is being held right now. As far as our revenue collections, through the end of February, we had collected just over 60% of what we had reported to the legislators and the comptroller's office that we would collect. So that's well for us. That was the midpoint through the year. So we're just over 50%. And I was running the numbers yesterday, and it looks like we are about 72% of our revenue collections as of yesterday. So excited about that as well. We're doing well. And also I wanted to update that the executive budget report that I pushed out earlier last week or earlier this week, I had updated the revenue outlays for the past 12 years, and I broke out our revenue collections by license type. So you have that information for the past 12 years, and it shows how our licensee population and the revenue collections we collect have grown over the past 12 years. Pending any other questions, I will hand it back to you, Brent. And I think we have a question from
Scott
Miss.
Schock.
Yeah, I apologize. I'm in the airport, so horrible background noise. But what I was wondering is on that 1 year, it was like 150% of the revenue. Was that when we went to the 2-year registration, or what was that? Because then the next year it went down -27 or something. So could you explain that issue?
Of course, yeah. I believe what you're looking at and referring to is when we did change how we collected our licensee revenues from a 1 year to a 2 year. So we did see a bump in 1 year because of that. And then as we spread out those licensee renewals, that's where the drop came. And now things are starting to level out since the past 2-3 years now. Of course. Any other questions? All right, handing it back to you, Brent.
All right, thank you, Joey. Moving on, but still staying with the budget, kind of our future budget outlook. So as we've gone over before, we put in a pretty healthy exceptional item request into our legislative appropriations request, our exceptional items. We asked for a lot of additional staff, a lot of additional money for the existing staff that we have, both to address a cost of living adjustment due to inflation, and also to address just disparities in the market rates of what we're paying versus what our staff could earn on average on the outside doing similar job responsibilities. We also asked for a lot of money to do IT projects, to improve things for customer service, to help our enforcement with additional being able to do the National Practitioner Data Bank continuous query, get information updated onto the public profiles quicker. So a lot of things to really help take the agency to the next level, if you will. And I'm happy that as so far, it's too late to break out the champagne bottles yet, but so far in our requests, about 90% or more of what we've asked for has tentatively been, I'd say, either approved or not cut yet from the House version of how they've been working through the budget. So that's a good sign that at least the case that we're making for the need for these requests is being heard. And the fact that we are generating a lot more revenue than we spend each year, I think that message is also making it so far. So far, so good. Things are definitely looking like they're moving in the right direction, and the medical board has a little bit of momentum, certainly more than maybe what we've had in years past. Still yet to be seen, obviously what the final budget's going to look like and what type of recommendations are going to come from Senate Finance. But from the House side of things are looking pretty good so far. To talk a little bit about PA specific legislation that's out there, there has been introduced for the PA licensure compact. That is going to come up in House Public Health on Monday. And so I'll be there to talk about it. And of course, PA Crosby, you can come as well, or if a different board member would like to be there in attendance with me to try to help answer questions about it. Obviously, we have to be there as a resource witness only. We can't be for or against or any type of legislation, but certainly it's usually appreciated by the committee if we're asked to be there, that we attend and we're there to answer questions that they may have. So we'll be there to speak on that. We're working on a fiscal note request. So again, usually whenever a bill is coming up for a hearing in the House or the Senate, Legislative Budget Board will ask us to put forward what we think will be kind of the positive toward the state of additional revenues that might be generated from the legislation, and then what additional expenses may come from the legislation if we need additional staff to do things like have a process increased number of licensure applications. So working on the fiscal note for the PA compact, and that we'll talk about that in House Public Health on Monday. There's some other legislation that has not come up for a hearing yet. There's a piece of legislation that looks at allowing unmatched physicians to end up getting a kind of a provisional, kind of temporary license to do some practice under the supervision and delegation of a physician, and that may eventually allow them to convert that into a PA license. Again, that is, again, we can't be for or against any specific legislation, but we certainly can talk about challenges that there may be with legislation. But that has not come up for a hearing yet, so that is not anything that we've been asked to provide a fiscal note on as of yet. And it has come up previously, some legislation about prescribing of Schedule IIs. There's also some legislation out there that is looking at changing the kind of the dynamic between the PA board and the medical board when it comes to rulemaking. So that again has not come up yet as a hearing that's been scheduled, but we are keeping track of different legislation that is out there. And again, happy to take any input that you guys may have in providing that feedback to bill authors or when coming up with fiscal notes. But that's kind of a little bit wanted to touch on of generally the type of things that are out there that we're keeping an eye on. But the main one that's really come up that we've been asked to attend on is going to be the PA Compact for Monday. But happy to take any questions that you may have at this time about how the legislative session is going or any thoughts or any input. Yes, PA Gottschalk.
So I am planning on attending that meeting also. I was just going to observe it because I was on the FSMB committee that created that model language. And so I would be interested in knowing what you guys are coming up with for the fiscal note of it. And happy to be there to support the board and to answer any questions that they have regarding the board. I did work in telemedicine a lot, and I taught telemedicine, but I was not planning on doing any testimony on that as a PA specifically, just to be a resource in case of like they did on the Schedule II drug bill. They asked for a member of the board, and the meeting was so far late, I think most people had left already, and they gave a lot of erroneous information regarding the PA board. And so I was thinking that it might be a good idea if somebody was just there. I didn't realize you guys were going to attend, that in case they once again said, is there anybody here from the PA board? We'd be able to answer the questions that yes, there are indeed doctors and public members on our board as well as PAs.
Yes, PA Gosh, understood. And PA Crosby and I have talked about, kind of some of the things that were said at that meeting that may have been inaccurate. It's my understanding that there were some witnesses there that maybe did correct a little bit of maybe what was said about the makeup of the PA board, who's on it, kind of how it operates. But I'll say it's not uncommon that witnesses that appear may get some facts wrong whenever they're talking about how the medical board works or the PA board or acupuncture board or nursing board or anybody else out there. So unfortunately, that does happen quite a bit. I think a lot of the committee members are very good about reaching out to us when something doesn't sound quite right and they want some clarification on do you guys really do that, or does it really happen that way? And we have provided feedback whenever people do reach out to us about that. And I think the committee members also know that maybe what they're hearing may not be 100% spot on every single time. And so some of that stuff, I think they have a good ability to kind of filter out certain things. But the point is well taken, and we do try to keep track of what is said. And we do plan to be there whenever we're asked to be there as a witness. And again, sometimes it happens we're not asked to be there. And then someone may ask for us later, a different committee member that's not the bill author. But again, when things like that happen, we do try our best to be responsive to whatever follow-up questions they may have. But absolutely, definitely welcome to attend on Monday. And this is a reminder for all our board members, if you are going to be in attendance and you do plan on being there to speak to a bill or be a resource witness, when you're doing your registration, just be sure that you do divulge that you are a member of the PA board. If you're there to talk on behalf of the board, that's fine. You just have to register as neutral on the bill and as a resource witness. If you're there on behalf of yourself, again, you still divulge your affiliation, but be sure and mark that you're there to testify on behalf of yourself and not officially on behalf of the board. And in that case, you can be a little more free to speak in your personal capacity versus in your official capacity.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification.
I think my concern, Mr. Carlton, is I would say that the average person who doesn't, or even a public citizen or a person within the medical profession doesn't always understand the work of the board or even some of the regulatory guidelines. And so from my perspective, I think, although obviously you guys have a lot to oversee when you're doing your regular job, let alone in session. But my concern would be if there is something that is particularly egregious and it's very much germane to the crux of the bill, that although you might not be asked, that you may reach out to clarify that. Because I think there may be an example where without even being asked, perhaps that information does need to be clarified. So I don't think that's going to be the case all of the time, because I think we all misspeak on occasion. But occasionally there may be something that is a little bit more germane to the absolute core and crux of the bill that may need to be clarified just proactively.
Okay. Any other questions or comments about legislative session or any other bills that you're aware of or have any questions about? All right, great. Well, with that, just the final thing, being here in the new building, as PA Crosby said, we're pretty much up and running now. There are a few, we definitely have a punch list of items that we have given to Texas Facilities Commission to work on. One of them being the amount of light and heat that comes through the windows. For poor Amy over there, her office seems to be more like a sauna at times. It can be 80+ degrees easily, even if it's outside it might be in the 50s. The windows are very, very efficient of letting heat and light through. So that's one of the things that we are working on with them. They have done fixed some of the things with the badge readers on some of the doors being fixed. I think I personally fixed the handle on the freezer that kept falling off. So I was able to, we're making do where we can, but I'd say the building's over 90% there as far as structurally, just some things to make the comfort a little bit better. But we're happy to be here. It's a beautiful building, and it's much appreciated as an updated home from where we were in the Hobby building.
Mr. Carlton, when do you foresee there potentially being a more unified, everyone in person meeting? I know you spoke to that last time, but a timeline for that, just so people can kind of plan accordingly, because I think they have to have less travel, less time away from their home, et cetera, when we're meeting virtually. So
absolutely. So I think as of for the remainder of this fiscal year, it looks like we'll continue operating in this virtual capacity where the presiding officer will be in attendance as required by the Open Meetings Act. But if we are able to get all of or even a substantial portion of what we've asked for in our budget requests, there should be funds then to start having the in-person meetings again. And we'll obviously have to have one first to see how it goes, because it will still have the kind of virtual component to it like we do now, so that the public can still attend and make it easier for them, even though all the board members may be here. And, depending on how it goes over time, we may be able to have some kind of hybrid, a little more hybrid kind of split things where maybe some board members are here and some are attending virtually, but give us some more flexibility. But just once we get into the kind of next fiscal year and see what our budget looks like, it'll kind of open up the options that are available for not just this board, but the other boards as well.
good, thank you. All right, any other questions for Mr. Carlton? Right, so moving on, is Dr. Brett on the call or on the meeting?
Yes, I am. Good morning, everyone. I'll keep it even shorter. I've got nothing new for you all this morning.
Thank you. All right. I don't think anyone was able to attend the physician board meeting this last time. I'll ask Ms. Flaherty to send out the calendar for the upcoming meetings, and if anyone has the ability to attend as the liaison from the PA board to the medical board, that would be appreciated. I know that it's hard sometimes to take extra time away from our practice and our professional lives, but we appreciate anyone who can be involved in that. Is Ms. Sloan on the meeting? Can she step up?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Oh, I've got a little bit of an echo. Let me see if I can fix that. Am I still echoing on your end?
No, it
Okay,
stopped.
perfect. Okay, perfect. All right. Good morning, everyone. My report today is going to be primarily a legislative update to fill you in on some activities we've been up to this session. I know a lot's already been said by Mr. Carlton, but I'll add a few more comments just for some context. Earlier this month, at the medical board meeting, I kind of likened the month of March in the legislature to March Madness in basketball. Because March is where all of the really exciting things start to happen and all the significant things start to get into motion. So first, this month, the deadline to file bills happened, and it ended with over 8,100 bills being filed. For comparison, last session, it was just over 6,900 bills that were filed. So we've got about a 17% increase this session. So some very motivated legislators this session. Of those 8,100 bills, TMB staff has identified well over 300 that could impact agency operations, our licensees, or just our workforce in general. This month, we also saw the start of standing committee hearings. For us, that generally means serving as a resource witness in the House Public Health Committee or in the Senate Health and Human Services Committee. Mr. Carlton has already offered resource witness testimony on a handful of bills in both of those committees. And mostly that was related to how a particular bill might impact TMB enforcement activities. In terms of items the agency is specifically tracking, some popular topics this session are abortion, transgender care, prescribing, immunization discrimination, and then some kind of statewide stuff related to information technology security, and a lot of interesting bills on state agency rulemaking this session. Aside from the bills that Mr. Carlton already mentioned, for PAs specifically, we are also tracking a handful of bills creating or modifying CME requirements. The areas that these are touching on are things like human trafficking, cultural bias, sexual assault, and some pregnancy-related emergencies. So things for you all to be aware of because they do apply to PAs as well as physicians. As Mr. Carlton mentioned, as an agency, we can't advocate for or against a bill, but we do have an obligation to inform legislators when a bill may be too difficult or, frankly, impossible to implement as written. Legislators don't always have it figured out when they file legislation, but that's why we're there to help them. In those instances, we do proactively reach out to the legislative offices and offer to share our insights. In most cases, at least so far this session, those insights have been well received, and members have actually agreed to make modifications to their bills to reduce the implementation burden on the agency, which has been excellent. I also, I know this was touched on earlier, but I also want to assure the committee members that even when we are not asked to attend a hearing, and maybe we aren't there, I watch every single hearing from start to finish. And if something comes up that seems unclear or someone seems confused, I do proactively reach out to their office and say, hey, your boss was in this hearing today. I saw they had some questions about this, or it seemed like there may be some confusion. Just want to let you know that we're here to clarify, and I offer that clarification to them. Some offices are more interested in hearing from you than others, and that's okay. But we do proactively reach out to them to try to clear up any misconceptions that are out there. Other than that, we're halfway through session at this point. There's still a lot left to come. And of course, agency staff is going to continue to monitor all the activity in the Pink Dome. And we'll keep you informed as necessary. On a non-legislative note, our goal is to get the next edition of the TMB Bulletin out by the end of this month or early next month. So be on the lookout for that as well. That concludes my report for today. But if anybody has any questions, I'm here.
And I can attest to Tori being on. She was on the entire 10 hours I sat in Senate Health and Human Services earlier this week. So she was there the entire time and was
Moral support.
Moral support. She was there with me in spirit. So were other staff members as well, not just Tori. But so we do sit there, we listen, we say, hey, people are asking about this, like what information do we have about this type of licensee or this type of enforcement action? And we try to anticipate as much as we can back and forth of how we can be as helpful to the committee as possible. So she does put in a lot of time and effort to listen to all the comments that are being made.
I think it's having been involved in this process before. I think it's one of those things that's a love-hate thing from the standpoint of sometimes the amount of time that you put in a fairly compressed period of time. At the same time, I see a smile on your face. You understand the awesomeness of this process that takes place where people get to speak and they get to present ideas and they get debated. And so that's kind of part of that love-hate process. But at the same time, it yields very good things more times than not. And so grateful that you guys are willing to put in that time, as I said, on top of what I know is already your regular workload, having been involved in the legislative process before myself for my profession. I've put in long hours as well. And so, but I would go back and I would do it again because it is something amazing to see in real time. And even if it's not something that you feel passionate about, sometimes it opens your eyes to the process. So thank you for being there and being our voice. Of course. Mr. PA Sauer.
Yes, I had a question. How long does it typically take you to reach out to a representative after testimony's been given and ask if they would like clarification?
Sometimes it can be the same day. It depends on how long the hearing is going. If it's an all-day hearing, it's not going to be the same day because the staff that's generally that I would need to talk to about that clarification is in that hearing with that member, or that's their job too. So sometimes it can be same day if the hearing wraps up. Other times it may be a day or two afterwards. And sometimes it just depends honestly on if I can actually get a hold of a staff member. They don't always call you back or email you back. I know it's shocking, but that does happen.
So in the case of the testimony giving for Schedule 2, did you reached out to the members of that committee?
Not to all the members, no.
Okay, so you don't reach out to all the members. How do you choose which members you reach out to?
Well, by watching the hearing, we're able to kind of discern like who seems to have the most questions and who seems to be the most confused. So that's kind of the folks that we target.
Okay, because I mean, if erroneous information is given, I would think that you would want to contact all the members of that committee.
And we can certainly do that if you'd like.
I would leave that up to our chairman here.
Yeah, I think I can have a discussion with staff just to clarify kind of what their action was on that. Any other questions? All right. Thank you guys very much. Thank you, Ms. Sloan, for your work. Okay, so I think that accomplishes item number 6. Moving on to item number 7, Mr. Freshour.
Yes, good morning, everyone. My report will be pretty short. There's just a few cases right now that are in state district court where they're appealing medical board orders. There are none pending for physician assistants that are on appeal. We do have one case that is a physician, and the Supreme Court has, well, this physician has appealed to the district court, to the Court of Appeals, and they found for the board in both cases He and his attorney have appealed to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court has asked our Attorney General to file response to their allegations. That doesn't mean they're hearing the case. They're deciding whether or not they think it's worth it. They just want to see our side. That response isn't due for a couple more weeks. So once that's filed, I can keep you up to date on that. Other than that, there's just some of the litigation. And as you all know, litigation takes a long, long time. We've got a few federal cases, but again, those are against doctors or challenging some board actions from many years ago, and we think most of those will be disposed of in favor of the board, but nothing specific or particular to the physician assistant board. Be glad to take any questions. All right, thank you.
Dr. Ahmad, did you have a question? It looks like perhaps you went off mute.
No.
Okay. All right. Just didn't want to cut you off if you were working towards talking on something. All right. Any other questions for Mr. Freshour? All right. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and move on to Dr. Doyle. I see you on the meeting. Welcome, and we'll let you get to your item.
Thank you for having me. Good morning, everybody. The PHP has sent over 2 case reviews. These 2 case reviews, our governing board for both of them has recommended that you review and consider returning to the Texas PHP. I'm happy to answer any questions you have about either case.
If there's no questions, so would we have to entertain a vote to allow those to return to PHP, correct? So could we, would anyone be willing to submit a motion regarding returning these 2 cases?
I'll make a motion to return the 2 cases to the Texas PHP as recommended.
Okay, so we have a first. Is there a second?
This is Sauer, I second.
Okay, we have a second. Do we have any discussion regarding the motion? All right, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposition? And any abstentions? All right, so the motion passes. Anything else on your agenda item, Dr. Doyle?
No, we had no emergency referrals, so that's all today.
Right, very good. Thank you for the work that you guys continue to do for us and even others within the state. All right, so
Sorry, if I could add, we didn't talk about it back in the legislative update, but I can, if it's all right, I'll give a brief update here regarding Texas PHP. And there are some bills also that are looking at improving the funding for Texas PHP quite dramatically. One in particular would, as currently written, and hopefully will come up for a hearing soon on the Senate side, is one that will allow Texas PHP to assess, the board to assess up to $15 per renewal, so $7.50 per year at a maximum, allow up to $15 per renewal for every one of our licensees, of which we've got a little over 160,000 of them now. And so that money would then go directly to Texas PHP and allow them to, one, fully fund what they currently have, but allow them to get some additional staff. It would allow Dr. Doyle, if she was interested in doing so, the medical director of Texas PHP, to work in a full-time capacity instead of a half-time capacity. It would allow them to have a dedicated general counsel position. So it would do a lot. And another big portion of it is not just the staff and what that would help them do for the current participants. It would also allow them to have plenty of funding to be able to travel around the state and speak to the medical schools, the PA schools, the different licensing educational programs that are out there, county medical societies, other associations and stuff to talk about all the great services that Texas PHP offers to help people that need the type of services that they have. So it would also, with that $15, if it was that amount, but whatever the renewal fee would be that go to Texas PHP, with that payment, they would not have to pay the $600 assessment fee that's done for seeing if they need to be enrolled in the program, and it would eliminate their annual fee of the $1,200 or $1,000 depending on license type. So it'd be a great benefit for all the licensees out there for really a nominal amount of money. And so we think that it would certainly help more people take advantage of the program, whereas right now that $1,200 or $1,000 fee may be a financial barrier to them enrolling and getting the assistance that they need. So that is something else I did want to touch on during the Texas PHP update that is out there. And again, we can't be for or against any bill, but it certainly would be something that would eliminate certain challenges that the program currently faces and open up access to all of our licensees kind of in an equal playing field.
Yeah, that sounds like it's a win-win situation. I think PA Gottschalk can speak to the fact that having been one of the inaugural members of that program, we've all seen that kind of evolve. And as the number of providers in the state increases, obviously burnout is significantly increasing. I think that the potential need is there, and having more knowledge about the services that department provides, knowing that it's not something that's more of a something that is a regulatory side or a punitive side, but more of a restorative department that helps and aids people sooner than later for a path back to practice and safe practice, I think is a great thing. And so people are so used to protecting themselves in such a way, I think it makes them more vulnerable. So I think more education and more access would serve everyone well. So thank you very much for that information. Any other questions in that regard or related to the PHP? All right, very good. So PA Mills let me know that she's on the call. And for those of you who do not know, PA Mills has been on the board since 2019. More recently, she has become involved in different things that culminated in her becoming the president-elect of the Texas Academy of Physician Assistants. And the way that our agency board makeup works, if she serves in that capacity, it's a conflict of interest. And so she was gracious and resigned her position on the board. And just to speak to PA Mills and her character and her willingness to serve not only as a clinician, as a mom, as a public citizen, but then as a PA. She graduated from UT Southwestern PA school in 1986. She's served as a PA for 36 and a half years. And she's been working for most of that time in pediatric neurology, and specifically works at UT Southwestern in the Pediatric Health Services Department, and serves pediatric patients specifically related to epilepsy. So she is a highly respected PA and clinician in her own right, and she has served on the board with grace and with a lot of significant contribution. And sadly, the governor did accept her resignation, but sadly that means that she won't be serving on the board anymore. So that being said, whereas the members of the Texas Physician Assistant Board wish to express appreciation to Janeth Mills, PAC, for her outstanding service on this board from March 1st, 2019 to November 29th, 2022. And whereas she gave unselfishly of her time and energy while serving on the board, and whereas she demonstrated compassion and professionalism while seeking to ensure quality health care for the citizens of Texas, and whereas her intentional ability, personal strength, and deep commitment to the ideals of public service are unexcelled, and whereas she was an invaluable and enthusiastic member of the board and contributed her time, including serving on the Discipline and Ethics Committee. Now it be resolved that the members of the Texas Physician Assistant Board join together to honor Janeth Mills, PAC, for her service, and further that a copy of this resolution be tendered to PA Mills and that it be forthright to be inscribed upon the permanent minutes of this board. So please join me in acknowledging this resolution regarding PA Mills' service. I don't know if you can see it, PA Mills, but everybody is clapping and acknowledging you. And Mr. Bowles even has his emoji going, so he's double clapping. PA Mills, are you available to speak?
I do believe she maybe signed in by calling in. You may need to press 0 to unmute PA Mills.
While she's trying to work that, I just want to echo what PA Crosby said, to say thank you, PA Mills, for your service on the board and to the people of Texas, and what a great opportunity you have with TAPA. So very excited for you and well-deserved.
We may be having some technology issues. She says she cannot unmute. But I know she heard, and if not, then I'll echo everyone's appreciation of her and her service. And I know that she will continue to serve the citizens of Texas in whatever way she can. All right, so that accomplishes item number 2. And then that means we're back to item number 9. And Ms. Hines, do you have anything to speak to on that?
There are none.
Okay. I wasn't sure if you just wanted to speak in general to licensure, but I think we'll have something later on down the road for you regarding that. Okay, so Ms. Unterborn, item number 10.
Yes, there are no applicants appearing today concerning eligibility.
Okay, very good. Then item number 11.
There are no proposed orders offered by the executive director for y'all to review either.
There we go. And then item number 12.
So the list of licenses that have been issued by staff since the last PA board meeting back on November 17th, 2022 are there for you to review. And it also includes the list of the PAs that will be licensed today following the board meeting. This is just a report. There's no motion needed.
Very good, thank you. Do you want to move on to item number 13?
This is also a report. In Q2 for fiscal year 2022, 306 PA licenses were issued in an average processing time of 4 days. In the current fiscal year 2023 Q2, 332 PA licenses have been issued in an average processing time of 6 days. Again, this is just a report, no motion needed.
Yeah, and that's still excellent time. I think that ultimately, depending on the time of the year we're in and when the PA school programs are graduating, and I think that sometimes affects the workload that you have, but you guys are continuing to do an excellent job.
Thank you.
And I appreciate the work your staff is doing. There was one question I had. Let me get back to the spot here. I had some questions, from employer groups and people like that talk about the length of time to licensure. And I always use your data as a way to kind of talk about the speed of licensing. Can you speak a little bit more to the idea of temporary licensure and the role in that, because you guys have such a great speed of licensure, from initial application to, I think we talked a little bit about this last time, but just as a point of clarification, since you guys are doing such an excellent job getting licenses processed, it almost negates the reason to have a temporary license in some ways. But can you speak to maybe the overlap? I think last time there was some discussion that if the timeline is so quick that sometimes you'll just refund that temporary license fee. But can you kind of clarify that again for me?
So we do license PAs once a month. That was updated. I can't exactly recall when, but we do license PAs at the end of each month. And so many times, fortunately, a lot of PAs don't have any issues. They were honest on their application, reported everything, no issues during their program or work experience. So they are able to come out of the screening phase and be processed by our pre-licensure quality review specialists very quickly, sometimes same day. Depending on when they came out of screening and when our deadline is to close for that current month's licensing period so that we can do final quality assurance checks. If it was kind of at the beginning and they won't be licensed for a while, if they submitted the temporary license affidavit, then they would get issued that temporary license so that they could start practicing while waiting to receive their full license, maybe in 3 weeks or something like that. But if they are close to that cutoff and the licensing job is going to happen like maybe a week or week and a half later, then a lot of times we will just refund the temporary license fee that they paid since they are so close to getting that full license. Of course, the applicant is aware of what's happening with that and can say, no, I still want the temporary license, even though I know I'm going to get licensed in 9 days because I have this job lined up and I'm ready to start, yesterday kind of thing. So it really is up to the applicant if they have submitted the temporary license affidavit, paid that temporary license fee, if they want to move forward with that, or just wait until we license at the end of that particular month. Does that answer your question, Ms. Crosby?
Yeah, I think primarily worker or like hospital groups and things like that. Obviously, there's always this idea that the process takes so long to credential people and do things like that, that the licensure is that rate limiting factor. And so they're always really obviously wanting to get that done as soon as possible. And I always defend the case that it's moving pretty quickly if the applicant gets their part done. The holdup is not the board staff. And so you guys again are doing such an awesome job, despite the fact that your workload continues obviously to increase. So
yes. And just to clarify, that temporary license is not issued with a number. So if a hospital or a practice or a credentialer needs a number attached to a license so that they can move forward with their internal process, unfortunately, those temporary licenses are not issued with a number, but it does allow them to practice while waiting for that scheduled licensing date. So it really is up to that clinic, that hospital, that credentialer with whether or not they will accept the temporary license that may have been issued for that person. And as you know, we can't control or force them to accept it if that's not part of their internal process. So that could also be a hindrance as well.
Very good. All right. Any questions for Ms. Unterborn? All right. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So Ms. Hines, item number 14.
Yes, we just have a report for you on the number of PA licenses that have been canceled by request or for non-renewal, placed in a retired status or placed in an inactive status for the first and second quarter of FY23 compared to FY22. It's just a report. No action is needed, but I'm happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Any questions for Ms. Hines? Right. Moving on to item number 15, Mr. Palazzola.
Sure, I can handle that. Item 15 are reports, so there are no votes needed. What you have in there are folder 15A is the enforcement activity report. It's delightfully boring in terms of its consistency, so there's really not a lot to report there. We get about the same number of complaints and open about the same number of investigations on PAs year over year, which is just a little bit of variation, but nothing there that is newsworthy. In item B, there were no warning letters in the second quarter of the fiscal year. I think we've got a couple that are out there now regarding CME audits. You might see some in July. The criminal case report, there are some changes in the trends that are basically related to the criminal courts getting moving again after COVID. Some of the folks that got arrested in 2019, 2020 are really just now pleading guilty or getting their trials. So we are seeing some more convictions, and that kind of has a little bit of an impact on PHP, because if there is a conviction for an alcohol-related offense, we do a PHP referral. And so getting a little bit of an uptick there. Regarding the cases over 1 year, we have both the cases and investigations that are over 1 year. You'll notice a theme with those, and that theme is that most of those cases are in that court process or in the law enforcement process. And we hope that, you know, as society returns to the new normal, that those will start to get cleared up. But that is a significant number of their year-old cases. On the litigation cases, I gave you all the year-old ones. You can kind of see that that's not just PAs. It is a spreadsheet, so you can sort it however you want. If you want to look at your PAs, there are a number of cases being resolved at today's board meeting. And then there will be a few that are still going over it. So that's kind of where that year-old tends to hit on the PA cases, is if they end up, once they're in litigation, if they end up over it. So but we will be resolving some of those cases today. There was nothing on temporary suspensions to report for this meeting or on rehearing requests. So that concludes item 15, unless there are questions for me.
Do you guys see a particular trend in the nature of cases that are coming through your department specific to PAs?
No, it's hard to say. If you look at the enforcement report, it does break that down for you a little bit in terms of, you know, the complaints, whether or not we're getting a lot of, you know, jurisdictional or not jurisdictional complaints. And then you can kind of see in the investigations, you know, if we're getting something that's not jurisdictional. In terms of, you know, the complaints that I see, and I probably end up looking at maybe 20% of the complaints that come in just as part of the pre-investigation process, or just questions that come up. No, there are, you know, most complaints we get are patient complaints, so they are related to quality of care issues. But I haven't noticed any changes in any trends or anything like that as it relates to PAs.
Any questions for Mr. Palazzola? Okay, very good. Everybody's quiet today.
There you go.
From my understanding, item number 16 does not have anything related to concerns regarding expert physician panel or expert panel witnesses. Dr. Brett, is that correct?
We don't. If he's off, I can cover that one too. And this would be if you had physician assistant consultants that were wanting to do expert work for the board. This is where you would vote on them. But it's also an agenda item to raise any questions or concerns that you have about the expert consultants. And there's Dr. Brett now. So
Yeah, we don't have any this time to review.
Yeah, I can say, Dr. Brett, I feel like in the last several times that I've reviewed some of the expert reports, I think the quality of those reports has improved. I think in the standpoint of kind of the crux of the matter and then kind of the supporting evidence and things of that nature. I've enjoyed reading those reports, and it makes me, I think, more informed and therefore better able to make my decision that doesn't seem contrary to the expert sometimes as a practicing PA. So I appreciate those experts. I think they've done a great job. I think
Thank
more
you.
recently.
I'll pass that along to the experts. They'll be appreciative of that.
Right. Any other questions for Dr. Brett? Okay, so moving on, I think Mr. Palazzola, you're up again.
sure, for yes, ma'am, and Mr. Bowles as well. I know we'll kind of tag team this one, all of us together. So this is the cases recommended for dismissal. These cases are assigned to individual board members for review. Of course, anybody that has a question can have a question, but we'll go through these by board member. We do have some cases that were assigned to Ms. Mills. We had some confusion on that. So but I think between Mr. Bowles and Ms. Crosby, we may have got that covered. So Again, anyone that has a question on any of these cases can bring up a case for discussion as well. But starting under agenda item 17A, non-standard of care cases or cases assigned to Mr. McElhaney. Mr. McElhaney, are there any cases that were assigned to you that you want to pull for discussion?
No, none to pull.
Okay. And then if you would like to make the motion to accept the recommendation for dismissal on the cases assigned to you, you could go ahead and do that now.
Yeah, I would like to make a motion to accept the recommendation for dismissal for all of these cases under 17A and B.
Yours would be just for 17A for the cases assigned to you, Mr. McElhaney.
Oh, okay,
if you
that's
could
right.
clarify
Yes,
that.
that's right. 17A.
So Mr. Bowles, do you want to direct the line of motioning?
Sure, we have a motion to approve for dismissal the cases that are assigned to Mr. McElhaney. I have a second.
Second, the small PA Gottschalk.
Second from PA Gottschalk. Any discussion on these? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, all opposed? And the motion carries.
Okay. For 17B, these are the cases assigned to Mr. Bowles. And then Ms. Crosby, if you want to call for the motions on this one, since Mr. Bowles, these are his cases.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I also did review the ones that were assigned to Ms. Mills as well. If you want to do that.
Sure.
Did you have any cases, Mr. Bowles, that were reviewed that you wanted to pull or have any concerns regarding?
I did not.
Okay, so I'll entertain a motion to accept those as, to accept Mr. Bowles' recommendation to dismiss those cases.
Dr. Rowan, second that motion.
So I think you would actually be a first. Is that true, or is Mr. Bowles a first?
Mr. Bowles can be the first if you would
Yeah,
like to.
I'll make the motion to approve for dismissal as recommended.
So then second by Dr. Rowan. Any discussion on that motion?
And sorry, as a requirement for open records pieces, if you are making motions and when you're voting, please be sure and have your cameras on so the public can see you.
Okay, so all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say nay. And then any abstentions? Okay, very good. So that takes care of that. What next?
Do you want to do Ms. Mills as well while we're here?
Yes.
Would you like to speak to Ms. Mills or PA Mills portions of the items?
Yeah, same thing. I reviewed the cases and I would move to approve for dismissal as recommended the cases that were assigned to Ms. Mills.
So we have a first. Can we have a second?
PA Gottschalk, second.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposition say nay. And then any abstentions? Okay, very good. So moving on.
Okay, and then the next one would be for Ms. Gottschalk and Mr. Bowles. You want to take the reins back over?
Absolutely. PA Gottschalk, did you have any cases that you would like pulled from the cases that were assigned to you?
5 cases were originally assigned. One, Mr. Palazzo and I discussed, and it's going to be reviewed again. So the remaining 4 cases, I don't have any to pull.
Okay. Mr. Palazzo, since the one was pulled, do we need to specifically address the cases by number or just in?
No, sir. We actually already pulled it off of the agenda and moved it back to investigations.
Okay.
So we can go ahead and take a motion on the 4 that are there.
The only reason I said that was because if you had an old agenda, if you didn't download the original one, you might
Right.
have 5 instead of 4.
Right. Okay, PA Gottschalk, would you like to make the motion?
Yes, I'll make a motion to accept the dismissals on the cases assigned to me.
Okay, a motion for approve for dismissal is recommended by PA Gottschalk. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Hughes. Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, motion carries.
There were none for Dr. Ho, and we've already handled Ms. Mills, so then it would be just Dr. Rowan left, Mr. Bowles.
Dr. Rowan, did you have any cases that you would like to pull, or would you like to make a motion for approval for dismissal as recommended?
I have no concerns. I'd make a recommendation to grant dismissal.
Okay, a motion to approve for dismissal as recommended by Dr. Rowan. Do I have a second?
I'll do it. PA Goschuk, second.
Second by PA Goschuk. Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed? And that motion carries as well.
Very good.
Completes agenda item 17.
All right, so moving on, Dr. Brett. Item number 18.
There are none for him. I'll cover that one for you, Dr. Brett. That one's easy enough.
Very good. All right. Item number 19, Mr. Palazzola.
Sure. 19, we do have a few, and there is one here that was assigned to Ms. Mills. It's 220912. We can come back to that one because we do have an appellant waiting to appear today. And I believe we do need to do that in executive session. So if this would be a good time, so we would like to make a motion for executive session.
I make a motion for executive session.
Okay. So all right, so I will second Dr. Rowan's motion that we go into executive session and close the meeting to the public for the purpose of deliberations concerning disciplinary action. It has been moved and seconded that the board close the meeting to the public. Is there any objection to us closing the meeting? There being no objection, this meeting is now closed to the public at, oh, I'm sorry. I would like to vote now to see if anyone else is against that. All in favor of going into executive session, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Okay, very good. I didn't think there were any abstentions earlier, but just for clarification, is there any, anyone who is opposed, say nay. All right, so we will now go into executive session at 10:04 on 324. Deliberations, there being deliberations concerning licensure applications under the authority of occupations code, or deliberations concerning disciplinary action under the occupation code, or private consultation and advice of counsel concerning pending or contemplated litigation settlement offers and or legal matters subject to the attorney-client privilege under the authority of the Open Meetings Act Session Government Code, deliberations concerning personal matters under the authority of the Open Meetings Act. While in executive session, the board will not take any action, make any decision, or vote with regard to any matter that may be considered or discussed. Is it okay if I didn't say all of the code numbers? Okay, all right. Yes, 10:04 was the time. So we'll give staff a minute to make sure that we're officially closed before we start our discussion.
Yes, ma'am. So we're going to be utilizing the breakout rooms as we've done in the past. I'll go ahead and open the room now, and we'll all be swept over into our private executive session. For the rest of the public, you can just hang out in this main lobby, this main meeting area, and the board will return from executive session back into the regular meeting. So just hang tight. I'll press the button, and it'll take about 30 seconds for everybody to move over. PA Crosby, I believe everybody made it back out okay. And once Sarah, we get stuck, there you go. I think we're good to proceed.
Very good. So we started the process of coming out of executive session at 11:27. It is now 11:28. The executive session ended at 11:28 on 3/24. There was no final action, decision, or vote with regard to any matter considered or discussed in executive session, and a certified agenda of the executive session was made. So as we come out of executive session, I'll let PA Bowles take back over again, along with Mr. Palazzola if we need direction.
Sure, Mr. Pelzo, we'd do the two cases individually.
Mr. Wills, if normally what we would do is take the individual that appeared first.
Okay.
And then you could vote on the other remaining items as a group. So if you did want to call for discussion and a motion on 224564 first, that would be appropriate.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion regarding case file 224564. The motion would be either to grant or deny the appeal.
I move the appeal be denied.
We have a motion from Mr. Hughes that the appeal be denied. Is there a second?
This is Sauer, I second.
A second from Andrew Sauer. Any discussion? All right, so the motion is that the appeal be denied for case 224564. All of those in favor say aye.
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 All of those opposed?
Nay.
Let's do this because it is a split vote. Mr. Bowles, would you do it by roll call on the motion to deny and then go down through your board's list individual by individual and record their vote? I think that would be the cleanest.
Sure. Can I turn that over to board staff since I don't?
Sure.
my
Yeah.
screen-
Let me.
Yeah, Mr. Carlton,
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah. Let me help out with that one. So we'll just start with our list and go down from top to bottom. And if staff can also help kind of tick off as we call each name. So for the vote to deny the appeal, PA Crosby.
Nay.
Okay. PA Gottschalk.
Nay.
Okay. Dr. Ahmed. Dr. Ahmed, you're on mute. We're gonna need to hear you for the vote. We'll come, oh, there you go. I'm sorry, if you could say that one more time?
Nay.
Nay, okay. PA Bulls,
Nay.
all right. PA Klarner and Dr. Ho are not here. Dr. Hughes,
Yes.
okay. PA Longoria,
Nay.
nay, okay. Mr. McElhaney,
Nay.
Dr. Rowan,
Nay.
PA Sauer,
Yes.
okay. And Shipley, I do not believe we have here. So I believe that count was 7 no and 2 yes. So that motion would fail to carry. We would need a new motion or preferably some new motion, and then there can be some further discussion if needed.
Okay. Anybody want to put forward a new motion?
I'll move that we grant the appeal.
Okay, so we have a motion to grant the appeal for case 224564. Do I have a second?
I'll second it, PA Gottschalk.
Second by PA Gottschalk. Any discussion on this? I'm assuming the vote's going to have to be the same roll call.
Yes, we'll go through the roll again just to make sure we get it clear with everyone's vote.
Okay.
It might be good to get
Yeah,
clarification as
correct.
to what you would like us to do with the case.
Right.
So from a procedural standpoint, I would like the I would like it to go in a direction where the respondent has to respond more significantly to the accusations that she made regarding the actual care that he provided and whether or not the care that he provided is fully demonstrated appropriately in the record. So I don't know procedurally how to account for that, but I think that's the crux of her appeal and her complaint.
Okay, so you're wanting the respondent to provide additional narrative as far as the encounter with the complainant, and also are you asking for any additional supporting documentation or evidence to support the encounter?
So if the appeal is granted, does it not go directly towards an ISC?
Yeah, it can go back to investigations first. If you would like them to get, if you would like your motion to include that they get the billing records, they didn't see those in there. They could ask for any peer review records. They could ask if there's any security footage. So if you want that, as Mr. Carlton was pointing out, if you'd like additional investigation in addition to getting additional narrative, you could make that part of your motion, ma'am.
Yeah, I mean, part of my focus is that I want the provider to have to more thoroughly account than to just say I did that. And so I'm not sure how that procedurally plays out, but that would be I guess at the crux of what I want to accomplish. My intent.
Wouldn't that, Mr. Carlton and Mr. Pelzel, wouldn't that be the ISC? So we just gather the information, but the responsive information that Ms. Crosby is seeking would be pre-ISC responses and the ISC itself, as opposed to, because I don't know otherwise how we could say you have to address all of these specifically. I guess we could, but that's normally what would happen in ISC. But again, Mr. Pelzel, I'll defer to you in investigations, but procedurally, Mr. Carlton, I'm not sure exactly how you would glean that, but for the ISC.
I guess I was kind of thinking of it as they can ask for the responses and ask for the additional documentation and other evidence that may be there. And based on that, they could then have it available for the ISC to then ask those questions directly to the respondent. That's my thought. Chris?
Yeah, I mean, I think during the discussion, it did come up, that what level of billing there was, and I don't see that we did get the billing records. I know they, so that would be something we could get in addition to if there was any security footage. I think the narrative response, and if you wanted to pose specific questions, we could. But I think Mr. Frischar's point is well taken, that in terms of questioning the respondent, that could also take place just at an ISC.
I think your staff I think a lot of that information will be brought to light, I think just intuitively as part of the response to some of the allegations, in the sense of saying, I think the complainant is wanting to reconcile what was actually physically occurring during that visit and what was demonstrated in the note. And I don't know that you would rise to the level of being able to understand that from an investigation standpoint through a narrative, as well as you would have physically present and asking and exchanging information in that regard. So do I need to change my motion, or is that a motion with some direction already explicit in what I just said?
It's fine.
Okay.
Well, yeah, quick question. So when he gets contacted, will he be, privy to the fact that this is what was alleged against you? Specifically, complainant states this was not done, or I mean, I guess that's, can you have him specifically respond to questions, or like I said, is that best done at an ISC?
It may be best done at an ISC. Again, you're kind of asking for the additional documentation to review. I mean, you could ask maybe a general direction to staff to ask a general statement. Can you provide any additional narrative on the encounter and what you did, how much time you spent with the patient, those type things. But again, the specific pointed questions will come at an ISC at a later date. And again, I think it's fine to, the motion is to, as of right now, is to grant the appeal. And then there's been a lot of discussion of, should this pass, there's a lot of discussion already directing staff of kind of where to go with it from here.
Okay. So we do have a motion and a second.
And you were
Correct.
going to take a,
Okay, any further discussion before voting on the motion to grant the appeal? All right, then we'll proceed with the roll vote here. PA Crosby,
yes.
PA Gottschalk,
Yes.
Dr. Ahmed,
Yes.
PA Bulls,
Aye.
all right, Dr. Hughes,
Nay.
okay, PA Longoria,
Yes.
Mr. McElhaney,
Aye.
Dr. Rowan,
Yes.
PA Sauer,
I abstain.
abstained, and PA Shipley not here. So I counted 7 yes, 1 no, and 1 abstaining. So the motion would pass.
Okay, thank you. And then next case is 220912. Would entertain a motion in this case. So this is one that I think P. Crosby, you and I reviewed. So I guess it's if you want to put forward a motion.
I'll move that we deny the appeal.
Okay, we have a motion to deny the appeal for 220912. Do I have a second?
Sauer, I'll second.
P. Sauer is a second. Any discussion on this case? All right. All those in favor of motion to deny the appeal, say aye.
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 All opposed? And motion carries.
We got 19B. These are the jurisdictional non-filed appeals, and there are 3 in that category as well.
Okay, do we need to take these individually as well?
You can take them as a group and ask if anybody would like to vote on theirs individually. That, I mean, we can ask
So Dr.
either
Rowan
way.
and Mr. McElhaney. Yeah. So Dr. Rowan and Mr. McElhaney, any?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to grant appeal to gather further information.
Specifically for 231120?
Correct.
So we have a motion to grant the appeal for case 231120. Do I have a second?
This is PA Crosby. I'll second.
Okay, Crosby has a second. Do I have any discussion on this? All right. All those in favor to grant the appeal for case 231120, say aye.
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 All opposed? And that motion carries. Mr. McElhaney, do you want to take yours individually or as a group?
I can take them as a group. Make a motion to deny the appeals for 231252 as well as 231336.
Okay, so motion to deny the appeals for those 2 cases. Do I have a second?
I second it.
Dr. Ahmad, second. Do I have any discussion on those? All those in favor to deny the appeal for these 2 cases, say aye.
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 Opposed? And that carries as well.
That concludes agenda item number 19.
Very good. Thank you, guys. Moving on to item number 20. I do not see anything under that item, which would bring us to
PA
item number
Crosby.
20. Yes, ma'am.
This is Melinda Gottschalk. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to drop off because I have to check in. I think we'll still have a quorum. When I get to my gate, I can try to come back in again.
Thank you for letting us know. And just as a point of clarification as well, Dr. Ahmad, is actively on call, and if an emergency arises, he may have to step away for a period of time and then come back. So if board staff can be attentive and just kind of keep watch to make sure that as they try to sign back in, if that need be, that you guys can help. All right, so moving on to item number 21, there's now 3 cases under that tab. And I think we're probably moving back towards executive session on this.
And on item 21, if these can be voted on in public unless somebody has a question that needs to be brought up in executive session about one of the cases.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions that they want to pose regarding any of these 3 cases? Okay, if there are not any cases, or if there are not any questions, we could vote on them as a group, correct? Unless we pull one. Okay, I'd like to, anyone would like to bring forward a motion regarding those 3 cases? Basically, you guys would move that we grant those orders as submitted, or that we deny those orders as submitted.
I'll make a motion to grant the orders as submitted. Dr.
Okay,
Rowe.
we have one from Dr. Rowan. Anybody second that?
Sauer, I'll second.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say nay. Any abstentions? Okay, so those motions carry. All right, moving on to item number 22, there is none. Moving on to item number 23, a consideration and approval of remedial plan. Is there any opposition to that plan as submitted? Okay, if not, then I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we grant the remedial plan as submitted.
Okay, we have Mr. Bowles as a first. What about a second?
Second.
Dr. Hughes as a second. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Okay, any abstentions? Okay, so that motion passes. Under items number 24 and 25, I have nothing. Is that correct? Okay, and then moving on to item number 26, a consideration approval of mediated settlement agreement. Is there any discussion regarding that agreement? And if there is none, I'd entertain a motion.
Move to accept the mediated settlement agreement as proposed.
We have a first. Do we have a second?
I second it.
Okay, Dr. Ahmad. And Dr. Rowan was a close third. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
Any opposition? Okay, any abstentions? Okay, the motion passes. So then moving on to items number 27, 28, 29, and 30. I have nothing under those item tabs, correct? Okay. So then we're moving on to item number 31. And I know we have staff present to address this issue, and I think this is moving potentially towards a closed session.
It depends. Yeah, go ahead.
What you would want to do is each party has an opportunity to address the PA board and make a statement presenting their argument or against, whatever action you may want to take regarding the proposal for decision. As a reminder, the findings of fact and conclusions of law, as the ALJ found them, are static by statute. Those cannot be changed or amended, but you do have authority over the sanctions that may be issued in response to the PFD. It's my understanding that respondent was on the meeting. I'm not sure if he's still here, if we want to just give him an opportunity to show up or to rejoin.
No, and this is a public case, so we can refer to him by name. So is there anybody signed on the meeting for Fernando Mendez, PA?
And while we're waiting, just to see, as a point of clarification for board staff, if we had questions that were more procedural in nature, or maybe perhaps some of the more specific things that can't be discussed in public, then that would warrant an executive session.
Yes, if it's one of the items on the, yes, go ahead, Mr. Mayor, sorry.
No, saying, yeah, yes, we could go into executive session if you needed advice of counsel or to talk about something that was more of a confidential nature. But again, as of right now, again, assuming that respondent is here or an attorney is here to represent, then they'd be able to state their sides. Sorry, Dr. Hughes.
Yeah, I was just wondering if a short break would be appropriate.
Okay,
since we're
yeah.
Looking for the participants.
I would agree. This will probably take some time. Thank you for speaking up. Would anyone be against a 15-minute break?
It's time to try to.
Yeah. Is everyone agreeable to that timeline, or do we want longer? Okay, 15 minutes, which would put us back right at 5 after. Okay, all right, we'll pause for 15 minutes.
Just a reminder to the board, the recording will stay on during this break. So if you could please turn off your microphones and videos to maintain a proper record. Thank you.
Thank you guys for hanging on as we were working through just some general procedural issues to make sure we continue to be cognizant of everyone's time and efficiency as we run our board. As we were going to break, we were approaching discussing item number 31 on our agenda regarding SOA case 503-22-1040 PA. There was a moment when PA Mendez was on the line, but are we still confirming that he is not in appearance?
I think we have not seen him log back on or a representative such as an attorney log back on. Again, agenda item number 31 was listed that it could not start before 9:15 a.m. It can obviously start anytime after that. It's not uncommon at all for individuals to, have to wait sometimes as, public bodies go through their agendas and get through each of the items. So, it's my understanding the individual was on before, but is not on now. Board staff has attempted to contact him to see if he's going to log back on. But as of this time, unless somebody else sees something different in those that are logged in, not seeing that individual logged on as of right now. But again, the individual did get proper notice, was logged on earlier, and the board has gone through the agenda in an appropriate fashion. So the board can continue on with the agenda at this time, even with the individual not being present, if it so chooses.
Okay, I would like to go ahead and invite the board staff that's appearing to speak on behalf of this case.
And before we do that, Ms. Crosby, I'm sorry to interrupt. You may want to check to be sure for purposes of the record, if anyone needs to recuse on your board in this particular case, it's better to do it now. And if a member does have to recuse because they may know someone, they may work with them, they may have gone to school with them, the person needs to stay, but they can't make any comment on it. But it would be good to get it on the public record now, and that individual will stay for purposes of quorum, but can't vote, speak, or make any comments.
Understood. Does anyone need to act on the statement from Mr. Freshour? Okay, PA Longoria.
Okay, anybody else?
PA, would you like to speak as to how you would like to respond to Mr. Freshour's comment, PA Longoria?
Yes, ma'am. I do know Mr. Mendez, as we did go to school together and we do work relatively in the same area. So I would like to recuse myself, please.
Understood. Anyone else? Okay.
Great. Thank you, Pia Longoria, for doing that. That it's like, as Mr. Freshour said, that it certainly helps to keep things clean as we move along.
All right.
So now it's good afternoon, board members. Kamisha Williams for board staff. I would like to reserve whatever time. It doesn't look like we'll have response, but if there is a pop-up of rebuttal, then I would reserve my time, please. Respondent Fernando Mendez, PA, holds physician assistant license PA 09267. The board initially suspended respondent's license on July 20th, 2021, following evidence that respondent posed an immediate threat to public safety because of the boundary violations at issue in this case and prior board history. The case was subsequently filed at the State Office of Administrative Hearings on December 10th, 2021. The hearing on the merits took place from July 18th to 20th, 2022, and the judge issued a proposal for decision on November 15th, 2022. The judge's PFD, which board members will find in their packets, found overwhelmingly that respondent had engaged in numerous violations and that his conduct was aggravated. What we're here to do today is sanction respondent based on the findings. In other words, it was established by staff and ruled on by the judge that respondent engaged in this conduct. That said, board staff has the findings to support and is recommending a final disciplinary order, which we believe will protect the public. I did want to go into some of the major issues where the judge found for board staff. Respondent gave a mental health patient who was 21 years old to his 47 years and whom he was treating for ADHD his personal cell phone number during one of her treatment visits. Respondent did not properly terminate the physician-patient relationship before texting the patient with romantic and sexual overtones, including telling the patient she could come live with him and offering to buy her underwear. Respondent lied to the patient about his age, stating that he was 42 when he was really 47 at the time. Respondent met the patient outside the office, taking her to lunch and paying for her manicure. Over the following days, respondent continued to see the patient in a personal context, including going to the patient's apartment to watch a movie. In December 2021, respondent and the patient went to dinner where they consumed alcohol together. And after dinner, respondent and the patient engaged in oral sex. Respondent and the patient also had unprotected sex, and respondent purchased Plan B morning after pill for her, which she did take. Even after becoming sexually involved with the patient, respondent had not made it clear that he could not treat her anymore, as indicated by evidence that she asked about her prescription and respondent offered to look into it. Following the patient's complaint to the board, an investigation was initiated and respondent lied to the board, stating that he had met the patient at a local bar a month before he started treating her, something he admitted was not true, and that he had met her in his office as a patient. The judge found respondent's sexual involvement with the patient could be reasonably expected to adversely affect her autonomy in making choices for herself and could have reasonably impacted her quality of care by causing her to feel guilt, shame, anxiety, depressive symptoms, and alcohol use. The patient reported that she no longer trusted medical professionals. The judge found that respondent's inappropriate conduct was not consistent with public health and welfare. An important finding to note, respondent has previously been subject to disciplinary and non-disciplinary action by the board, including a remedial plan for failing to report his scholastic probation when applying for a license, for which he had to complete a CME in ethics. Respondent has also had an agreed order where he prescribed Zolpidem to his living girlfriend without her knowledge and without creating a medical record. For that, he had to complete the JP exam, submit his prescriptive authority agreements for review, and complete more CME. The judge noted that despite these prior actions, respondent nevertheless engaged in inappropriate conduct at issue and was untruthful to the board and did not attempt any corrective actions. The judge also found the following aggravating factors under Board Rule 190.15, which warrant more severe or restrictive action by the board. His conduct resulted in increased potential harm to the public. He attempted to conceal his relationship with the patient. He knew his relationship with the patient was not consistent with the public health and welfare. Increased potential harm for the public. The judge agreed with staff that respondent is not truthful and has disciplinary history for unethical conduct and boundaries violations, and that he committed the boundary violations at issue even after completing the requirements for his prior disciplinary actions. Attempted concealment of the act constituting a violation. The judge found that respondent told the patient not to share his personal cell phone number and was untruthful in his statement about where he first met the patient in response to the board's investigation. As far as intentional, premeditated, knowing, or grossly negligent acts constituting a violation, the judge found that the patient testified that respondent gave her a weird vibe at the first appointment and that respondent continued to pursue the patient by asking her out, offering to purchase her gifts, meeting with her on several occasions, including dates and sexual intercourse. He pursued her romantically despite knowing his conduct was not consistent with the public health and welfare. And then as far as previous similar violations, as discussed, the judge found that the prior 2014 remedial plan and the 2017 agreed order for prescribing to his living girlfriend without her knowledge and without a medical record established this aggravating factor. The judge found no mitigating factors. And then as part of the PFD, the judge did give a recommendation as to sanctions, and they recommended a public reprimand, the Vanderbilt or PACE professional boundaries course, the JP exam, CME and ethics, an independent medical evaluation, and that would be ongoing care, chaperone with a female patient, chart monitor, and an admin penalty of $5,000. And so you'll notice that staff's recommendation, recommended final order has instead suggested a restriction of no female patients rather than a chaperone. The authority to go above this recommendation is authorized by Board Rule 190.14. Given that the judge found the aggravating factors, which we discussed, and those authorize more severe sanctions. This level of sanction is appropriate, given that respondent got the patient's number, texted her, and then the inappropriate conduct came from outside the office. So in other words, we don't believe a chaperone would have helped this situation. Furthermore, this case involves sexual contact with a patient, which does allow for enhanced sanction. Per the penalty guidelines, this authorizes a restriction of not treating the affected gender. And then additionally, the 190.142 does allow you to consider revocation since he has a board history and is a repeat offender. That said, staff requests that you consider the order in your packet or any further sanctions you deem appropriate. Thank you.
Mr. Carlton and Mr. Pelzo, I would check again to be sure that the individual has not shown up or his attorney, just for purposes of the records before we go any further.
Sure. And as of right now, board staff has used about 7 minutes of the 10 minutes they normally would. So if PA Mendez is here, he can speak, and board staff reserve their final 3 minutes if needed. But not seeing PA Mendez on. Is there anyone here, just in case we're missing it, that is a representative for PA Mendez? Not seeing anyone in the list of attendees. We'll give another few seconds just in case we're missing it and someone is on mute. Make sure they have their opportunity today. Okay, not hearing anything. So at this time, the board members have heard from board staff. And so board members can discuss the recommendation that has been given by board staff. If there is anything that the board members would like to discuss with council, you do have the opportunity to go into an executive session to get any type of advice of council if needed.
I would like to move that we go into executive session.
This is Sauer. I would second that.
So we have a motion. Is anyone against going into executive session? Okay.
Make sure, let's go ahead and hear it. All in favor?
All in favor say aye.
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 All opposed say nay. And we have the one abstention regarding PA Longoria as far as voting specifically on this case that we'll continue to note. I move that the board go to executive session for the purpose of deliberations with private consultation and advice of counsel. It's been moved, it's been seconded, so we are going to close the meeting to the public. There being no objection to our motion and it passing, we are closing at 12:22 on 3/24. Deliberations concerning applications under the Authority of Occupations Code as stated, and concerning disciplinary action under the Authority of the Occupation Code as stated, and the private consultation of and advice of counsel concerning pending or contemplated litigation settlement offers and or legal matters subject to the attorney-client privilege under the authority of the Open Meetings Act, Section 551.071 Government Code. Deliberations concerning personal matters under the authority of Open Meetings Act as stated. While in executive session, the board will not take any action, make any decision, or vote with regard to any matter that may be considered or discussed. We'll give some time for the meeting to close.
And Scott, just to again try to keep things as clean as possible here, would it be better if PA Longoria remains in the kind of in the main area while the rest of the board goes into executive session?
Yes, that would be, although she's not strictly prohibited, but as counsel, and as you said, Mr. Carlton, it would be much better for her to remain out since she has recused. And then when we come back in, we'll be sure that she's there for purposes of quorum counting.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I've pressed the button, so it'll be just a few seconds.
Oh, she's gonna try.
She doesn't.
Okay, so as of 13:01, we are moving out of executive session on at 13:01 on 3/24/2023. There was no final action, decision, or vote with regard to any matter considered or discussed in executive session. A certified agenda of the executive session was made. So from my understanding, Mr. Mendez, PA Mendez is now in the meeting.
Hey, Mendez, are you there? We'll double check our participant list.
He is
All right,
here,
Miss-
but he
Yeah.
is on mute.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
Mr. Mendez, the board started the proceedings, and we have heard from Texas Medical Board staff, PA Board staff. They presented their initial portion of their statements, and they have 3 minutes remaining as part of their testimony before the board. As you are in attendance today, as in defense of your case, we have 10 minutes allotted for you. You can use all of it to speak to us now, or you can, does he have rebuttal time as well?
No, just,
Okay, so you
just
have
10
up
minutes to
10
use.
minutes to speak to us regarding your case and share any comments that you have. And then board staff retained 3 minutes to rebut any statements that you make. Are you ready to make a statement? Mr. Mendez, you're still on mute.
Yes,
There you
can you
go.
give me 2 minutes? Let me get ready.
Okay, board staff will wait a minute, but please begin as soon as possible.
Yes.
Mr. Mendez, I think we're ready to hear from you. It's
Yes,
been
ma'am.
Go ahead. You have 10 minutes to speak to the board. And I would say that we have all of the information before us. We all have prepared.
Can I put the camera or?
Yes, that
Am I-
would be, yes.
Yes, ma'am. ¿Es aquí, verdad, mamitas? ¿A la otra? Can you
Very
ask?
good.
Can you ask me?
Yes, we can hear you and see you. Go ahead.
Members of the
If you are driving, Mr. Mendez, could I recommend that you consider pulling over? I'm not so sure it's safe for you to drive and address the board at the same time. Is it possible for you to pull over?
Yes, let me pull over. Es aquí, ¿verdad? ¿Cuál de estas? Members of the board, I'm sorry. I wasn't sure if I was going to be allowed to speak on my behalf. So I was caught unaware. Again, I words cannot explain, what I did. That I've learned my lesson is an understatement. It's been a great, it's been a great challenge for my family, myself, and I can swear to you on the most holiest to me that this will never ever happen again. And I'm at your mercy, and I'm very regretful for everybody involved, and I just want to move on and be grateful, that and hoping that everything will get resolved, and thank God, and thank you for your time, and for your attention in this matter, and God bless. That's it.
Okay. So having heard Mr. Mendez, is it now time for the board to give their rebuttal?
Yes, board staff has 3 minutes in total to give any rebuttal statement.
Right, I'll keep it brief. Respondent said he's learned his lesson. It should be noted that he has previous history where he's had to have CME about ethics. Additionally, the judge did note, despite the prior remedial plan and agreed order, he still engaged in this conduct and did not take any corrective action. There wasn't an adequate termination of the patient relationship. There was pursuit of the patient in the office, and then he subsequently lied to the board during the investigation. So I think that there is some concern about the way that he's actually learned his lesson. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Okay, after hearing the board's rebuttal, does anyone have any questions directly for Mr. Mendez or board staff regarding the case?
I do have a question if I could, Madam Chairman. Mr. Mendez, PA Mendez, we've heard some things that are very concerning to us today, so much so that I know I, for one, I'm very concerned about you being a real threat to the public. is there anything that you could share with us today that might alleviate that concern that I have and maybe others on the board have?
The matter with me having dated that patient is an isolated case. You know, I've never ever done that before. I've never dated a patient. I know it was wrong. I realized that it was wrong. Should have never happened, and I take full responsibility for it. I should have never continued that. And it's a very, very painful lesson that I've learned. And moving forward, I'm gonna strive to be the best PA that can be. I know that I'm gonna be walking a thin line, and I'm ready for that. I'm ready for that challenge, and I'm extremely regretful for I haven't been involved in that relationship, which I shouldn't have. I shouldn't have started or condoning. I can answer any other concerns you guys have. Any concerns that you guys have.
PA Mendez, what kept you from learning your lesson with the previous board actions that came to you? What do you think kept you from changing behavior? And if you didn't change behavior, why do you think you did not?
The previous board action was about 9 years ago. That patient was not my patient. She was my girlfriend, or my common law wife at that time. And I did give her a prescription, and I've never done that again. I mean, I've never given prescriptions to family members or anybody that I know personally. That was the first incident. She was not actually my patient. She was my common law wife, my girlfriend at that time, and I gave her a prescription for Ambien for 30 days, 30 pills with no refills. And then that was the previous board action, and this is the board action which I dated a patient, and I am eternally regretful. I am, that I'm regretful is an understatement. It's been an incredible challenge to take something away that I worked so hard for, that I'm so good at, and that I put it on, that I jeopardize it for something stupid. I cannot even explain how, to take away something that I love and I work so hard for. It's madam, it's been the most humbling experience in my life. And I swear to you, like I told you earlier, on my children and God, that I will never, ever, ever do that again.
Hey, Mendez, what kinds of things have you done in your life since this started? And I think Mr. Hughes asked the question differently, but what have you done to, apart from saying you're sorry and clearly understanding the ramifications of your choices, what have you done to take steps to learn something to change your behavior and the way you see things?
Definitely, one of the main things that I did was get closer to God. I lost myself, ma'am. I lost myself, and I lost my my heart. I put myself first, and And, life has humbled me into the person I am right now. And moving forward, I will do whatever the board asks of me. And I want to continue making sure that I continue with ethics course, and try my best to be the best PA that can be moving forward. The main thing, ma'am, that has changed my life so far and has given me hope and has helped me and my family get through this tough and hard times is God. I've become a religious person, and the faith has helped me endure this, incredible trial that I've put myself into and I put my family into. And that alone has made me a better person. And I'm going to continue educating myself in ethics. So this does never, ever, ever happen again. Moving forward.
One more thing. If there were a way that you were given an opportunity to practice medicine, what would that look like for you as far as where do you see yourself working? What type of job would you seek out?
I always loved internal medicine. I would definitely see myself being with a scribe, working alone, especially with patients, continuing my educational classes in ethics, and just more knowledge when it comes to those laws and regulations, and also helping other providers that may be doing the same thing, and advising them that it's not worth it, to be taking what you worked so hard for and what you love to do. It's not worth it. It's not worth it.
Tia Mendez, again, thank you for being here. I think one of the questions I just wanted to ask or give you an opportunity that might help the board members is you've said that you were sorry for your actions and for dating a patient, but that's a pretty wide spectrum of what that could mean. Do you have any more specificity on what it is you did that was wrong and what you're telling the board that you're sorry for?
I went to my patient's apartment. We engaged in a sexual, and I should have never done. I should have never crossed those boundaries. Those boundaries are there for a reason, and I should have never crossed it. I put my patient's, health, mental health, and I should have never done that. I'm eternally regretful. Should have never done that. Those boundaries, like I said, those boundaries are there for a reason. Should have never gone to her apartment. I should have never engaged in any kind of activities outside of the clinic. I'm sorry that I put her in that situation and I put myself in that situation. Her by meaning my ex-patient.
Okay, thank you. PA Sauer.
PA Mendez, you said that you did give a prescription to your common law wife, but you didn't consider her a patient. Is that correct?
she wasn't my patient. I never saw her in the clinic.
So
She had
do you normally give prescriptions to people that aren't your patients?
no, just that time, and I haven't ever since then. I have never given a prescription to any people that I know personally since that incident happened 9 years ago.
Okay, so we've heard all of the parties involved. Does anyone have any more questions regarding the case? And if no further questions, would anyone be close to considering a motion regarding this case?
I wanted to, this isn't rebuttal, just for board's edification. Respondent's license is currently suspended. And so, if you were to choose an order, it would give him his license back. So just to kind of clarify that he is currently still suspended from the July 2021 order. Thanks.
So I'm sorry, are you saying if any decision we would make would, or are you saying any decision we would make would?
I think what board staff is just trying to say is the decision that's made today will, as Mr. Freshour was saying, would supersede that previous order of suspension. So if there was something that would change to allow some type of a restricted practice or something like that,
It would be immediate.
we just need to make sure that that is, taken into account of how the order is written and stuff that
Gotcha.
would kind of allow that practice back. Or if the board went to a higher sanction type of guideline, just want to make sure the board was aware of the current status of the license.
Are we allowed, are we allowed to speak out loud about some of our leaning as a decision individually? Are we allowed to deliberate that and speak out loud in this proceeding?
Yes, it would be in this setting, and the public portion is where board members would have to, are allowed to give their thoughts of like, hey, I think maybe we should do this or that.
Yes.
It would be if you went into an executive session to get clarifying information, then have to come back out and hold those
I
deliberations.
think many of us are struggling with our decision, and perhaps if we were able to speak kind of towards our leaning, it may help us. I have significant concerns about safety regarding practice. And my leaning would probably be more to the extreme end of our discussions regarding how to sanction or how to rule on this agenda item, potentially even towards revocation would be my leaning, because I would have concerns about limiting practice in a way that would make me think that behaviors would not continue to go in the direction that they have before. But I'm not ready to make a motion, and I'm certainly willing to hear where other people are leaning or what other people's struggles are in considering a motion. PA Sauer, and then Mr. Hughes.
I'm very disturbed about, the past history, and I disagree. If you give a patient a prescription, or you give somebody a prescription, they're your patient. And at the time, that person was living with you, and according to what we're hearing from staff, no documentation on that. You started a relationship with a patient, but again, you didn't know where that boundary was and violated it again. And I'm extremely worried about that. We don't see many people for things 3 times in front of the board. And I'm not sure if you're kind of getting the message that we were trying to send to you, at least the last time. as far as boundaries and things like that go. I think I would lean more towards a long-term suspension or revocation.
Mr. Hughes and then PA Bowles and then Dr. Rowan.
Yeah, I have the same concern, and I certainly believe that PA Mendez that you are remorseful. My concern is, have you done enough to ensure that you won't engage in these behaviors? And if my understanding is correct, a revocation would provide you the time to get whatever help or support you would need to reapply a year from now. But I'm not comfortable either at this point in time.
PA Bowles, then Dr. Rowan.
Yeah, Mendez, we have to go back to what we're here to do as a board in terms of our mission statement, in terms of, establishing and maintaining standards of excellence. And it's a privilege to be a PA. Every single day, it's a privilege to be able to participate in, the healing arts of others. And there's standards of excellence that we have, and we have to abide by. And there's things that, everybody makes mistakes. We get that. But listening to you, I understand you're remorseful, absolutely. But in terms of treating patients, that has to be the most important thing in your life as a provider at that particular point in time. And we have a job to make sure that the citizens that we serve are protected. And so I haven't heard anything in terms of what you've done to change. I haven't heard anything in terms of steps you've taken. I really kind of echo some of the others in terms of, what was done was egregious as a PA, and actually certainly patient was harmed.
Dr. Rowan. I'm sorry, sir, you're still on mute.
Yeah, PA Mendez, I agree with the others. I'm quite disturbed at your just recurrent actions. And again, I don't feel that you've gotten a message from the board. You've had multiple chances, and for lack of a better term, over the years, you kind of thumbed your nose at a lot of this. And so I do feel that we need to revoke your license as well.
So we've kind of spoken and we've kind of shared some of our thoughts. Is there any other discussion from the standpoint of board members as to information they need to help make a decision? And if no discussion, then I would be ready for a motion from someone.
I'll make a motion. I move that the board adopt the findings of fact and conclusion of law recommended by the administrative law judge and the proposal for decision, except for the administrative law judge's recommendations as to sanctions, because the determination of any final action is reserved to the board, and approve the suggested final order filed in the manner by board staff with specific order of revocation.
So we have a motion. Do we get a second?
This is Sauer. I second.
And I need to, Ms. Crosby, let me jump in and be clear on this, because we want to be sure the motion is correct. And Mr. Bowles, and again, we may have to go back and redo it. So you want to adopt the findings of fact, the conclusions of law, except the final conclusion of law, which was the judge's recommendations, because that is not a finding or a conclusion, but rather a recommendation. Then what you would like to do is to instruct staff to draft an order revoking this PA's license. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, my question to you is, and I think Ms. Yarbrough may have provided some language to you to be certain, you can make this revocation effective immediately. There is there's there are kinds of appeal rights for Mr. Mendez that he could explore at some point later, but there is some language that talks about him being an imminent threat, which is found. It says if a state agency finds an imminent threat to the public health and safety or welfare that requires immediate effect or decision of an order, you can say that, but you have to incorporate into the decision and order either the factual or legal basis for doing so. So with that said, my question is, do you want this to be effective immediately because he is currently suspended, there were aggravating factors, and there were similar prior issues that would be the legal basis for you to want this revocation to be immediately effective?
Yes, sir, because I'm under the understanding that he is currently under a temporary suspension.
Right, but this order will supersede. So if you want him to continue not to be able to practice from this day forward, you will need to make the motion to revoke with a finding of imminent harm because of the suspension, the aggravating factors, and his prior disciplinary issues with the board, including the suspension that would be superseded. And again, I don't want to put words in your mouth for your motion, but is that what you're attempting to do?
Yes.
Okay. So if you want to go ahead and repeat your motion, you want to adopt finding of fact, conclusion of the law.
Right.
Except the last one, because that's a recommendation. You would like an immediately effective revocation because he's an imminent threat based on the factors of current suspension, aggravating factors in the PFD, and prior issues.
Right.
Okay.
That would be it, yes.
And now you will need to, Ms. Crosby, get the second to be sure that your board members are okay with that language.
This is Sauer, I still second.
Can I have a minute?
No, Mr. Mendez, we're deliberating and we're in the middle of we'll give you an option to speak when we're done with we may. Dr. Ahmad? I'm sorry.
For the suspension, do we need to phrase the time frame in our motion or no?
No. So,
yeah,
Dr. Ahmed, I think what you're asking for the suspension, again, he's currently suspended right now. The motion that had been motioned and seconded, it would that suspension would be superseded with an automatic revocation. So there's not a time frame for the revocation. As Mr. Freshour said, legally, PA Mendez would be able to reapply in 1 year, and that would come back to the board for consideration if he were to do so at that time. But there's not a suspension time frame of like 5 years or 10 years. It's just a revocation.
So we have a motion by PA Bowles. We have a second by PA Sauer. Do we have any discussion from the board members relative to that motion? Okay, hearing none. All in favor say aye.
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 All opposed say nay. And I know we have the one opposition as noted by PA.
Well, not opposition.
I'm sorry, the abstention, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's getting long in the day. So the motion to revoke passes.
Yes, the motion to adopt and revocation and as laid out before has passed.
Okay. So Mr. Mendez, I would like to say that I would agree that there is no issue with your remorse and the fact that you are sorry and that you understand the weight of the choices that you've made. My recommendation to you, having been on the PA board for quite some time, is that you consider how you can make yourself a person who is a better provider, and you take steps to seek out any help that you need or that others may deem appropriate for you, so that if and when you come back to this board, that you have demonstratable, concrete things that you've done to make us reconsider the findings that we very much, many of us took a long time deliberating and considering this. So this is not we don't enjoy making these types of decisions, but our mission and our task as the board has to be taken seriously. So I will give you 30 seconds to make a final statement just out of a courtesy to you, but please don't linger too long. Mr. Mendez. Mr. Mendez. Your connection may be, okay, go ahead, sir.
Mr. Mendez, what may help is if you do turn your camera off, that might help with the connection by not having to push the video through. But again, if you can, the board is giving you 30 seconds to make a final statement to them at this time.
And I
Mr. Mendez, you're still breaking up on our end here. Okay, I think what we can do is we can move on at this time. There is, Mr. Mendez, if, again, you're kind of breaking up, if you're still able to hear us, there is going to be a public comment section here in a couple minutes. You are welcome to make okay, well, if you can hear us, there is a public comment section we're about to get to, and you can make a statement then if you'd like, as just a public comment to the board.
Okay, moving on to item number 32 on the agenda. I don't see anything below that tab. Moving on to item number 33. I don't see anything under that tab. And now we're at the public comments tab for item number 34.
Yes, yeah, no, it's been a long day here for the board. We're at the public comment section. This is the time for any members of the public or anyone else that's has joined us today that if there's something that they would like to say to the board or bring to the board's attention, each individual have up to 3 minutes to make those statements. As a reminder to anyone that would like to make a statement to the board, anything that is not on the agenda for the board to consider, the board is not going to be able to directly respond to unless it is something that is kind of very factual in nature, like when's the next board meeting or something to that effect. But it's primarily your time to bring something to the board's attention. And if the board so chooses, depending on whatever the nature of the comments are, they could elect to put that on a future agenda for discussion at a future date. So anyone out there that would like to make a comment to the board, please raise your hand if you're on Teams. If you are not on Teams or you are unable to raise your hand or you're having some other issue, just be sure you unmute yourself and state your name, and we will get you set up to begin. Okay, not seeing anyone raise their hand just yet. We'll give another minute. Also, don't see Mr. Mendez on anymore either, so. Okay, not hearing from any of our guests at this time. Okay, not hearing any comments. We've given a little bit of time and a reminder for people to unmute themselves. If there are no comments, then we can proceed on to agenda item number 35.
Okay, very well. So On to number 35, consideration and approval of the minutes from our last meeting on November 17th, 2022. Does anyone have any concerns or corrections regarding those minutes? Okay. Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve those minutes.
I would
I
like
make
a
a motion to approve the minutes.
Everybody
Woo!
motioned.
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Let's do Dr. Rowan as a first, and who would like to second?
Sauer will second.
Okay. Any discussion? All right, all in favor say aye.
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 All opposed say nay. And any abstentions? I guess not. All right, so very good. So the last item is to adjourn. I always feel at odds after what I know we do is very intentional and very at times stressful decisions that we make just by fact that you guys ask really qualifying questions, that we make informed decisions. I know you guys are reviewing your cases and doing that all the while. All of us have full-time professional responsibilities and family responsibilities. So it is not lost on me that you guys take this seriously and you take your charge and appointment from the governor very seriously. So thank you guys for doing the work that you do. And I wish if we are in person, it's a lot easier to give that with a much more heartfelt voice. But please understand that I appreciate you guys as colleagues and that I feel like we can be proud of the work that we do as a board. So thank you guys for what you do. Does anybody as a board member have a comment or anything they'd like to say as board members before we entertain a motion to adjourn?
Yes, somebody from board staff going to check on PA Mendez. I'm a little concerned that he was driving with family and we're not able to get a hold of him. So I don't know when you're going to reach out to him.
Yeah, it did look like he had at least pulled over for a while. The background did stop moving past the windows while speaking to him. But yeah, with the disconnection there, we'll at least try to make sure that he heard the final decision of the board and it wasn't cut off.
Any other comments or questions or concerns or? All right. Thank you guys again.
I'm sorry, real quick. Can you verify the date for the next one, just to make sure? Next meeting. June or July?
July 14th.
Thank you.
Look at real quickly. Yeah, I'm showing July 14th also.
And Ms. Flaherty will again send out the dates for the next Texas Medical Board meeting, and anyone who can attend that on behalf of the PA board, please sign up. And a lot of times I think the primary action that they take as an official board is on Friday, correct? And the others are committee meetings and that sort of thing on a Thursday. So
Yes, that's correct. They have their DPRC and licensure executive and finance meetings all on Thursday, and then the main board meeting takes place on Friday. It's usually much shorter than the Thursday one. They normally are done sometime between 11 and 1 primarily, whereas the Thursday ones, you're welcome to sit in on those too, except for the executive sessions, but those can last until 5 o'clock at night.
yeah, and so and since you're not a voting member on that proceeding, it's probably not as important that you have your camera on and are officially seen, correct? So you could listen kind of tangentially and not have to be quite as actively engaged in the ongoing vote, et cetera. So keep that in mind. All right, if there's no other comments or discussion, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
PA Sauer, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
Okay, we have a first, do I have a second?
Cameron McElhaney, second.
Mr. McElhaney gets the second. All right. All in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed? Nay. All right. Thank you, guys. Until July. See you then.
Thank you.